All right, and we are live. How's everyone doing today? I'll wait a couple of minutes. I'm going to go ahead and invite a few people onto my stream. But anyway, I hope everybody's doing good. We're going to get ready really soon. So, let's see here. Let's go to the YouTube studio. And let's see here. Going here. Get a shareable link. And all right. All right. Let's see here. All right. Hey there. How are you today? I'm just gonna call you Dur. That's okay. It's all right. How are you doing? It's good. And Babusa, he is in my chat. Ooh, and I almost forgot. Ooh, we need to sign in to. Let's do that. Before I get started, let's get into my IRC chat. And let's see here. So, oh, all right. Somebody gave me a nice pithy comment. All right. Clear some of the text. All right. Oh, we got Babusa here. Very good. Yeah. All right. Oh. Oh, yeah, you definitely are going to want to switch from Ubuntu right now. I'm going to let you know. All right. Well, it looks like I got a little bit of an audience here right off the bat. This is good. Ooh, got a couple. All right. Let me wait a couple more minutes and we'll get into it. All right. And UX, how are you? Where's that? Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, everything's going really well. I'm gonna have a really good stream, I think. I got some really cool stuff going on. So today, I'm going to tell you why why Linux veterans are looking for a viable off-ramp. and Ubuntu and Plasma 6 has a lot to do with it, as well as Wayland, but not so much. It's just certain decisions are being made in, some of the, more corporate level environments that are really making it to where a lot of the veterans just want an off ramp. They want off. Anyway, then I'm going to be messing around with my Neovim 0.12 config that I've been working on for a couple of days. I think I got almost ready, and I think I might actually read. I'm writing a novel. It's tech-based. It is basically something that I've been working on for a few months now, and I haven't shared it with any of my community. So I might actually, share it with my audience. And I think that would be a pretty cool show. Anyway, I hope everyone's doing well. So let's see here. Let's see here. Where am I at? Okay, we got Babusa in my chat, and actually, I think I can just go ahead and do that. Let's put that over here. Let's go here. Let's bring that to 3. Good. So anyway, I hope everyone's doing pretty well. So, yeah. Yeah, I'm just gonna wait a couple more seconds to see if some. Ooh, wow, okay. A lot of views. I don't know if I have. Okay, I got some viewers. Okay, we can start. All right. Well, today, okay. All right, let's get started, shall we? Well, I have to say that I think a lot of Linux veterans are looking for a viable off-ramp. They're really looking for a viable alternative that could, basically do all the things that they loved about Linux back in the day. I'm talking 10 or 15 years ago. I'm talking about, just the openness, the open source aspect of it. Yeah, there were decisions that probably not everyone agreed with, but it was livable. It was, you could do what you wanted with your computer. And for the most part in Linux, I still think that you can do that. However, there are some decisions at the corporate level, and I'm just beside myself. I never thought I would see this day, or at least not so soon. I could blame a few people. If I was really honest, I would blame the gamers. I know. I'm probably not going to be I'm not going to be very popular when I say this, but gamers trying to find fixes for real problems, as it pertains to Linux, and finding like the alternative to Windows kind of got us here because, and it's not just gamers. Please don't think I'm throwing gamers under the bus. But this is one part of it, right? Then you got like all the corporate interests, right? Red Hat, Ubuntu, the freedesktop.org, etc. Yes, bring back the days of the 2.x kernel. Yes, I agree. Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. Because right now, Everybody really wants a viable off-ramp. They do. And the reason why is because people constantly lie to us. They lie to our faces. And, you know, it is unfortunate that it has to be that way. But they are constantly gaslighting us and lying to us. First, with Wayland, they were supposed to use less resources, right? Especially with the GNOME desktop. However, Ubuntu did something kind of crappy. Ubuntu now requires more RAM than Windows 11. How did that happen? I'm dead serious. How did this happen? How did it happen where you are using a compositor that requires less RAM than Xorg or X11, but somehow you require more RAM? How does that happen? To be honest, the GNOME desktop actually is way more efficient than XFCE. So how is it that it now requires more RAM than Windows 11? You explain that to me. What kind of spyware do we got going on here? I'm literally beside myself. Yeah, I thought it was more like a toy as well. But you know what? It's efficient. Let's just be honest. Let's call it what it is. It is efficient. And it's more efficient than XFCE. So why do you require more RAM than Windows 11? What kind of garbage do you have hidden in your operating system? And why the hell is Linus Torvalds okay with this? Like, if I was Linus Torvalds, because I know for a fact that Ubuntu contributes to the Linux kernel. I know it. Okay? You know what? You know, if I was Linus Torvalds and I saw this shit, do you know what I would say? I'd say, you either get to the bottom of this or I'm not going to approve another merge request ever again. You either get on board or get off, I don't care. But you got to fix this shit. This makes Linux look bad. But where is Linus Torvalds? Nowhere to be found. And I know it's the snaps or whatever else. Yeah, I'm sure he's burned out, but you have to fight some of this. This is the kind of stuff you have to fight. This is, and you know what? Linus Torvalds, like, honestly, the one thing that Linus Torvalds was always famous for is he didn't piss in the face of the end user and then tell him that it was raining. This is absolute garbage, people. All right. Then we have KDE. Now, this one isn't new, right? KDE does something. They go all the way to Wayland, right? They totally, like, not even GNOME went this far. GNOME says, hey, man, we'll work with people who are not using systemd, right? Oh, wait, never mind. I'm getting ahead of myself. First, they went all the way to systemd. Like, this is, the KDE desktop is hogtied to systemd. And then they went all the way to Wayland. They made two vital mistakes. Not even GNOME went this far. You know, it was funny because I've been following GNOME, and I'm not a GNOME fan. People know I have criticized GNOME, I've criticized their developers and everything else. And I've actually defended, you know, Plasma's or KDE's developers because they're easy to work with usually. But they make some of the worst decisions ever. This is an example of that. This is the worst decision ever. And so GNOME didn't lock themselves into systemd like that. In fact, they're working with Geeks, they're working with Gentoo, they're working with Artix to have a systemd free version of GNOME. Why isn't KDE doing the same thing? What is so special about KDE that they need systemd? Nobody yet has been able to answer that question. Right? What is so special about it? Why do we have to have systemd everything? I'm literally at a loss here. Because see, as far as Linux is concerned, we have always been about choice. Right? Isn't that what Linux was founded on? Was choice, giving us choice? We don't have choice now. They say you got to use systemd. What is up with that? Then, not only that, that wasn't enough. They go, oh, we're going to rip out X11 completely. You're going to do what? Rip out X11. See, this one, they actually, I think, made a legitimate mistake. And I think that, you know, when, for example, when XFCE went to the Wayland branch, they basically took a look at Plasma and said, we're not doing the same thing. See, Plasma has the same section, the window compositor section in the code, where X11 and Wayland live side by side. And this just creates a big, huge mess. So of course they're ripping out X11 because it just can't live. Why not? Why didn't they have an X11 section and a Wayland section? X11 doesn't require a whole lot of upkeep or maintenance, and the Wayland, they can add features to it. They can do everything that they wanted to do, and everything would live side by side. And this is exactly what XFCE did. They literally looked at KDE. They saw that it was, they saw that it just wasn't going to work. And so, yeah. So, yeah, they took, like, oops, sorry. They basically just took what KDE was doing, and they said, wait a minute here. If you try to make X11 and Wayland coexist in the same part of the code base, it's not going to work, because you're just going to have a scrambled mess. And that's what GNOME found as well. And it just seems to me like they are learning, right? And that's pretty much what we got going. So anyway, yeah, I would totally agree with that. However, I think people are looking for an off ramp still. I mean, I'm looking at all kinds of articles here, like this one. I just got sent this one. Now, Gentoo releases experimental images using GNU Herd. This is kind of an interesting story because there was kind of an April Fool's article regarding something very similar where Gentoo was going to have like I can't even remember, like I remember I seen it here right here. It was oh no, that wasn't it. It was yeah, right here. Yeah, it's right here. Basically on April 1st, what happened was that they basically published a blog post announcing that it was switching to GNU Herd as its primary kernel as an April Fool's joke. Well, that's not exactly true. The project followed up with an announcement of a new Gentoo port to Herd. So this is actually kind of interesting. And so they basically said our crack team has been working hard to port Gentoo to the Herd and can now share that they've succeeded. Remains still a pretty heavily experiment stage, blah, blah, blah. Now, if you don't know what GNU Herd is, this actually predates Linux. So they have kind of a very narrow, limited architecture that it'll work on. And it's kind of interesting this way that Gentoo has a, you know, it basically Gentoo, sorry about that. I just got thrown off a little bit. But Gentoo basically has this Gentoo now has this port, and it's only for 32-bit, but they say that 64-bit is going to be very soon in the making, and they'll have a 64-bit version of it, and they're going to basically be building off of that. And my only question is like when I see things like this, right, where the GNU there's projects like GNU Herd that are alternatives to the Linux kernel. There are many of them. There's Haiku, there's BSD, there's a lot of different alternatives. And the one thing that I have to say about all of this is I'm just at a loss. Like, why aren't people getting the memo? The new users, oh, they're happy. They're content because they don't know better. And this again is why I kind of blame the gamers here. And I'm not saying this as a bad thing. Like, I get it. Like, if you were really into gaming and you're really into Linux, you're gonna try and make one thing work with the other. Like, for example, I'm really into recording music. And so sometimes, I make my Linux machine do what I want, right? As far as music recording is concerned, right? And so I understand that part. But the part that I have a problem with, the part that really just bites and grates at me, is the simple fact that these corporations, they don't care. They, like, how is it that we have a desktop that requires more RAM than Windows 11? How is that even, I don't know, how is that acceptable? How is it that everyone isn't throwing Ubuntu away? Like, I guarantee you Ubuntu is still the #1 downloaded distro. And it doesn't make any sense. Wayland is way more efficient than Xorg. So how is a Wayland-based distro requiring more RAM than Windows 11? And how is that acceptable? Everyone's looking for an off-ramp. They're looking to BSD. They're looking Haiku. In the last year, they've developed a 3D rendering. They got 3D graphics now. They didn't have that a year ago. Let that sink in for a minute. So this idea that I really don't know what to think about all of this. Like, is it time? We have the age verification stuff. And of course, Leonard Pottering had to capitulate to the California governor, to the Brazilian government, and all these pudwhackers who want basically your computer to spy on you. I wish Leonard Pottering would just go away. I really do. Just don't develop anything else. Just go away. And there's a lot of people like me who are saying, well, wait a minute here. Where do I fit into this? I've been using and contributing to open source for almost 20 years now. And see, the thing is I'm not against making Linux more popular. I'm not against making Linux more gaming friendly or more user friendly or any of those things. I'm not against it. I'm not against people doing whatever the hell they want. The only thing I would say is there's just one thing, actually. We just have to have a couple of standards. And I think it's just real simple. You can't expect me as a user, you can expect me to want to use Linux or open source if the minimum requirements are more than Windows 11. I think that's just common sense. Now, don't get me wrong. The difference is 4 and 6 gigabytes of RAM, right? Memory requirement for Windows 11 is 4. Memory requirement for Ubuntu is 6. However, can you do anything on 4 gigabytes of RAM? Well, not if you use a Chromium-based browser. So I think it's kind of a moot issue on that front. But it's the optics. It's how it makes the Linux desktop look. It's a bad look. And they just keep wanting you to fall over yourself and continue to support some of these projects or be happy that they exist. Well, no, I'm not happy that that exists. Now, if you said, hey, Valve has done this, or or you know, the fact that we have pipe wire now instead of, what did we have? Um, what was it? Pavu control and pulse audio. Like the fact that we have some of these things is better in the long run. I don't disagree. Where I put a stop is where you make the desktop, you screw users, or you screw potential users, and basically make it to where it is so unattractive to use the Linux desktop. You already have something going uphill. The fragmentation is kind of a thing, but it's not like the worst thing in the world. I think most people could get past it. But the minimum requirement to using Ubuntu now is 6 gigabytes of RAM, where 4 gigabytes of RAM are required for Windows. They're going to get this idea that it's more bloated than Windows. Like, how many of you with 16 gigabytes of RAM ran Windows for like 3 or 4 months and had it to where it was completely unusable because it was consuming so much of your resources because you didn't go in and basically house clean some of the services that were being used, and everything was just, piled one thing on top of another to where it was just so bloated that it was virtually unusable. And people are thinking that the Linux experience is going to be the same. And with snaps, I would argue they might be right. But you want to work on it, you want to make it efficient, you want to make this, that, or the other, I'm all for it. I'm all for choice. But I don't know about all of this. I literally just don't know about all of this. This is where I am looking for an off-ramp at this point. I mean, so far I can do everything I want to on my computer. Like if I have to, compile software, I do it all the time. I don't have any problems with it. I compiled Neovim yesterday, no problems. I can compile a lot of different things. I've compiled OBS Studio, I've compiled Kdenlive, GIMP. I've compiled all of those, all of that software from source very easily. It's nothing to me. But I'm just getting sick of it. I'm sick of how they're lying to us. Again, Systemd was supposed to make and I don't know how many of you remember this, okay? Systemd was supposed to make everything better, not worse, right? It was supposed to make everything more efficient. And yes, it gives us a lot of extra little tools and goodies and everything else. And is it the worst thing in the world? Probably not. Is it a hill I'm willing to die on? No. But Systemd is one of those things where they lied to us. They said it was going to be more efficient than System 5, then run it, and some of these other alternatives. OpenRC, is it more efficient? I mean, I would argue to some degree it is, but it really isn't. People have been lying to us. And that's the bottom line. We have been lied to. Wayland, got him the same thing, right? Hey, you know what? Take your favorite window manager. So say OpenBox. Hey, you know what? Weston runs on about 20 gigabytes of RAM. Okay. A full desktop environment running on 20 gigabytes of RAM. It's more efficient. Oh, but you gotta install X Wayland, and then that makes it a little less efficient. Do you see where I'm going with this? Do you see why nobody wants to go this direction? People are looking for an off ramp. I wish I knew what that off ramp was. I'm desperately wanting an off ramp. Literally, I would love nothing more than to give Linus Torvalds, Red Hat Linux, and all of these corporate sponsored terrorists the stiff middle finger and say, give me my computer back. Now with the age verification, they're saying that they're going to basically nerf the internet. This is what's happening next, right? So are there enough developers that are going to walk in and go, hey, wait a minute here. I want to rip out all the age verification stuff and work on basically getting around the age verification nonsense that the governments are requiring of us. Again, I'm asking, where's the off-ramp? Where's the alternative? There is no alternative right now. Hopefully, there's another Linus Torvald somewhere, basically working in his garage or his university, trying to come up with a viable alternative that doesn't spy on you, that doesn't screw you. But I can't see it. Honestly, I think BSD is probably the best candidate. It's a much better operating system than Linux. I think everybody agrees on that. Everything is built from the inside out. And I think BSD is the best so far. And I'm really considering, I think I want to have another crack at basically downloading free BSD on my laptop, because I actually think I think that's probably the next way forward. But I don't know. I mean, what happens when they start playing nice as well? Because I ain't like BSD is like, you know, against some of these corporate decisions that Linux is making. I mean, Wayland is acceptable on most BSD distros. You know, but you know, there's another thing. They haven't let System D ruin their distros, so I guess there's that. I don't know what the off ramp is, guys. I for the last 6 months I've been looking, and it's one trade-off after another. Haiku looks promising, BSD looks promising. Somebody is probably going to take the Linux kernel and all of the right, you know, all of your, you know, drivers, you know, your Intel drivers, AMD and NVIDIA drivers, and every driver that Linux supports, and take that part of the kernel and probably mesh it somehow with a BSD kernel and come up with some sort of hybrid. That's what I suspect. In fact, I know somebody who's kind of working on such a thing. And don't get me started about the Rust cult and everything else. That's a whole nother discussion I could probably talk for another hour on. I just saw an interesting project where a guy is looking to replace Rust with his own programming language he calls Jofito. Will it work? Could. Anyway, let's get to the comments, shall we? All right. Let's see here. We got a few. All right. Does GNOME count as a desktop interface? Yeah. Okay. It's a snaps. Linus is burned out. KDE. Yeah, Linus is burned out fighting this shit. Yeah, I think so too. KDE plus Fedora. One Firefox tab open. I'm sitting at using 3 gigabytes of RAM. That sounds about right. Back in the 90s, Linus hadn't been sent to the re-education camp yet. Yeah. I can't believe that they actually succeeded in that. I guess if I was like I guess if I was Linus, I think I would have pushed back a little harder, but you know, it is what it is. Linus is only about like 4 years older than me, I think, something like that. He might be a little older than that. I think he was born like 69 or 70, so he's a few years older, but not much. I'm seriously considering XFCE. Yeah, I think that's the desktop that most respects your it respects your privacy. It respects like and it basically respects what you want to do with your computer. I'm thinking good old Enlightenment looks pretty good still. Yeah, no kidding, right? And it has wide adoption. Now all scrambled to drop systemd due to age verification commit. Yeah, exactly. Or I mean, you could possibly use there's already a fork of systemd where it ripped out the age verification. That was good. Actually, Linux was founded as an alternative to Minix. Yep. The gaming discussion is an entire thing on its own, no doubt. Like it or not, Valve has done a lot to make distributing games on Linux much easier. I don't disagree. And essentially, it is easier to target Windows and then use emulation on Linux rather than game developers target all the distros. Yeah. And after 5 years of Pop OS on my System 76 laptop, it now runs GhostBSD. Wow. All right. And XFCE gang. Yes. I'm really into XFCE as well. But yeah, it's really interesting, you know, a lot of these new things coming up. Yeah. And yeah. Yeah, some of these new developments are just kind of crazy for me. Uh-huh. All right. Yeah, this is really cool though. And hey, I need somebody to like send me some money. Like I don't know, I don't care how much. Like just I'm Patreon begging or whatever you call it, or super chat begging now. Yeah, I do need some money though, dude. This month is really, really rough on me. If you can spare like $2 or $5, I would really appreciate it. All right, let's get to my next segment. All righty. And so I think, yeah, that would be good. All righty. We're going to go over here. I wish I knew how to. All right. All right. Okay. Now let's. All righty. All right, we're almost there. I'm just. All righty. So anyway, I think this is pretty cool. Oh, okay. Okay, good deal. I can take that and I'm just going to be like that, maybe. I think that'll work. All right. So let's take a look at my Neovim. This is what I have so far. Find the file. Arch, document, pictures. Okay. There's nothing like, oh man. Okay. There we go. Here is my config file. I actually want to make this a little bit more, like, I don't know how to describe this, but, or describe what I want. But there's some good things though that I've done. Like I can find old files. Find old files. I don't have too many old files because I've just been working on this. Like leader SF. Yeah. Classes, blah, blah, blah. Let's see here. GB. This is, so I would go to buffer. Okay. SS. Like that. I can look for things here. Pretty cool stuff. Just kind of showing what I always just showing some of the things that I have here. But it's all, I got all of this in one config file. Got some laughing kids outside. I'm sorry about that. I have the worst neighbors. Everybody knows I have like these horrible neighbors. All right. What do you guys think of my new Neovim config? And I do have like autocomplete working, but it's not the way I like it. So let's see here, I'll show you. So like if I did config like that, let's see it should be more like that, but okay. But like it runs the snippet, so it'll work. And I haven't tried it on Python yet, but like I'll have to get used to using my arrows. um, so some of this is working fairly well, but rather that, I suppose. I'm not sure how I'm going to fix that either. But yeah. So some of those are working. But yeah. Yeah. And I got Mark View working for the most part. And other things. I am thinking this is, let's go ahead and select all. I do want this to kind of be a little bit more I want it to be a little bit lighter. Okay, so let's see what we can do about that. Uh-huh. I'm just going to I'm not going to want to see what Claude suggests. I just want to see what it suggests. Not even thinking I'll do all of this, but I want to see. I'm probably going to keep the notifier. Actually, so let's do that. Let's all right. I do. Oh, okay. So there's a few things I could do. So let's get rid of Mark View. I think I like render markdown. It is a little heavy, but it's something that I like. So, all right. Yeah. So let's see here. All right. So D19, D10. Oh, okay, what? Oh, let's just take all of this. I don't need any of that actually, right? All right. I actually like this a little bit better. Oh, let's see here. I'll take a look at it. Oh, let's see. I want to see this. Oh, wow. It seems a lot of the issues we're having have root back to the cult. I agree. I really do. Oh, that was a while ago. Okay. Very good. I'm glad you told me about that. Um, long boolean. Hi. So anyway, as most of you know, I'm now on Fluxer. I think this is a better way forward. And let's take a look here. Anything? Guys, one person on my IRC chat. Hey, I would love it if you guys hung out on IRC during the day, but if you don't want to, I understand as well. But I'll still get messages and stuff. I'm not going to do anything with this Discord server, but I'm really not going to do anything with it either. I totally prefer Flexer, and yeah, maybe some of these other people want this spyware and stuff, but not me. Um, all right. So anyway, oh, I agree. I'm glad you told me about that. All right, I'm so glad. Yeah, I'm looking into trying I actually tried to access that page today. I couldn't. DevScan, how are you? Is that you, Isak? Yeah. But anyway, there's one thing gone. Let's see here. Let's see, what else did they say to get rid of? I don't want to get it. I think if anything, I would probably, I don't want to get rid of the notifier plugin. Not really. But I think I'm going to get rid of legendary. Let's do that. This one's really easy. And I'll probably get rid of a couple of these, but so far I don't mind them. I'll definitely. I really want to check that out real quick. I think, let's see here. Hmm. Let's see here. Let's see if what happens when I do like, well, okay. Ooh. How was I supposed to use Vim Pencil? Let me see. There we go. Oh, oh, I see. Okay. Oh, yeah. I'll definitely do that. It's in my I put it in my Discord channel. But yeah, I'll do that. Yeah, I thought it was you. All right. I don't know. That's a good question. How much do Ubuntu specs use nowadays? Yeah, no kidding. Require. Yes, I mean, I knew Linux was paused the moment any discussion about Ian Murdoch death was censored everywhere. So much about openness. Yeah. Yeah, I'll definitely put a link to my Flexer account. Let's just do that real quick. I think I can just do right. I always forget where this. Oh, I always forget. It's I know it has a link because I've oh invite. All right, let's do it. And all right, here we are. No, can I pin that? I'll just pin it. How about that? All right. Yeah. Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah. The whole like yeah. Anyway. Ah. All right. So, you know what? I don't see that Vim Pencil's really working. So let's just get rid of it. Okay. What else did they recommend? I think actually that's ooh, okay. And see here, let him be. Uh, so I think what they're saying is like maybe right there. Let's see here. And I'm pretty sure. Let's see if this handles my snippets any different. All right. Okay, I know how I'm going to fix that. All right, that's actually okay. And then what I'll do after that is I'll have the linter fix everything. Okay. And, all right. And let's select all. Oh, all right. I'm not sure. Okay. Let's see here. Where's my snippets? It's right here. Then Let's see if that actually. See if it does it. Oh, it didn't. Not found. Okay, it was a four. Okay, no problem. Okay. I was kind of afraid that might be it. Okay. So let's go here. Look for it. Gary MGR. All right, let's look at it. All right, I think. I don't know what's going to be different. Oh, it is different. Okay. Oh, I see. I actually, I think I know what this is. So, okay, we got the build log. I don't need that. I think I know what this is actually. It might just be snippets. Let me see. Let's look at it. Let's look at the documentation. Oh, snippet. Vim snippet. Okay, gotcha. Um, I bet you that's it. Really? It looks like it we just been. All right. So let's I don't program in Lua and Okay. So let's go up here. Let's take a look at it. How's everyone doing? So let's see here. Just going to do that. They say that I'm supposed to just do this and then just kind of come in here. I don't know if I agree or not. I'm almost finished here. So I get this. Okay. Okay. So it says just, that's what I tried. Oh, I said snippet, didn't I? Right. So I said snippet. Okay. Let's see what kind of difference that makes. It may make a difference, it may not. Probably not, but it's nice. I can. All right. So we had friendly snippets. Da, da, da. I have a few other things that I want to do with this, but I think this is pretty much it. Yeah. And then the only other thing that I wanted to do was let me take a look at this. Oh wow, that took forever. Oh, I remember this. I set this up before. This was a beast to get set up. No, I don't ever want to set this up ever again. Um, I don't ever want to do that again. So let's see here. I want to do it with nonetheless. All right. I think I don't know if I have plenary, but I think actually. Uh, what do you guys think? Anyway, so yeah, I am taking a look at this. So What distro am I on? That's a good question. Oh, hey, somebody, I didn't realize. Okay, so, okay. Uh, all right. Uh, Watching this while my Hyperland setup completes. Cool. Wish I'd use Hyperland myself, but it always defaults my primary display to HDMI monitor, display tablet. Then again, my model of a drawing tablet is limited. Oh, I know, right? Yeah, my son has the same issue. So I'm stuck with GNOME KDE due to this. What distro am I on? I am on Void. I'm on the Musel edition, and this is my Spectre WM. Um, this is my Spectre WM window manager, and this is my setup. So like, this is something I came up with a long time ago. Yeah, it's pretty freaking cool if you ask me. Yeah, for sure. All right, I'm back in sync, everyone. All right. So anyway, sorry about that. I didn't realize I had all these people screaming at me. All right. So I need to get the linter and set up, right? And so that one's actually really easy. Actually, I don't care. I just want this right here. All right. Uh, Here we are. Oh, yeah. I might get rid of conform if I'm not. All right. Yeah, I'm thinking though I might go to Ardix pretty soon. All right. I think actually this will improve. I wanted to see if this will actually. How about when I reopen it? Oh, there we go. That did it. Okay. So it's just when it restarts, it will. Okay. Uh, in fact, I think they're right. I don't think since I already have that, that is redundant. Yeah, I like Arctics. There's some things with it though that I'm basically going to go inside the internals and make a few fixes, but yeah, this is definitely redundant then. All right. Because if I do this, let's see here. Yeah, see that does do some linting, so no problem. I think I need Cache GNOME. I like the Lamine bootloader actually. Ooh, that's nice. Yeah, sometimes OpenBSD, depending on how POSIX-ish I need to be. But yeah, Linux distros are wild to develop a product on. Oh, no kidding. So I actually think we're pretty much done. Now I just need to look at my config file. So actually, if you take a look, I'll here in a second, I'll yeah. So if, for example, oh, I didn't mean to do that. So if, for example, you take a look at my other config here, like, if you just take a look at my, the, package manager that I wrote, you come all the way down here. It's literally just my package manager is the same size as my config file. And I have like the plug, like the config file is just, you see all of this stuff. I actually have taken a lot of this out. I'll probably add a little bit, but I'm actually thinking I'm going to have like more of a minimalistic type. Yeah, I'm going to have a minimalistic type config. But yeah, this actually works for me. So like And actually, I forget. What was it? I can just do this, actually. The config. All right. So anyway, yeah, I might have a few more, but that's pretty much my everything that I got. James, yeah, I'm kind of where you're at. I kind of want to be at where you're at, where I'm building stuff on FreeBSD, and then maybe I'll port it to Linux. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, I'm going to take a quick piss break. I got a huge surprise for everyone. So I want everybody to see what, yeah, I really want people to stick around. I'm just going to be about 2 minutes. I just got to go to the restroom. And I'll be right back. I promise. All right, guys. So, Eric White, I haven't had a free BSD box up for years now. I think my buddy still owns one, runs one, but we've not talked since the bad girlfriend phase we went into. Well, much anyway. Do run Linux, my daily driver, and play around with a few distros and play with programs. I heard of Lamine. Yeah, I hadn't heard of it until Cashy myself. So, yeah. Anyway, I got a little something for y'all. I really, let's see. I think it's this one, right? Yeah. Well, okay. All right. I've been working on a novel for about 2 years now. I want people to tell me what they think. Dates are kind of uh, relative and stuff. There's a lot of details that are actually going to change when I go to write my final draft, but it's the idea. Anyway, Fedora LXQT is light and supports X11. It does, yeah. Once you try Linux, it's hard to go back to Windows 11. Windows just feels so slow compared to Linux. Yeah. Well, it's kind of tech, but it has a lot of what's going on in our present day. A lot of things in our present, like politics and stuff, like a lot of things that I'm kind of unhappy about. Let's see here. Okay. Guess maybe that's not going to work. Maybe that. Oh, okay. Just that. Okay. No problem. Okay. So let's see what we got here. Okay. There we go. There we go. I just wanted to get the wrapping right. Okay. So basically it's I think once you hear the first chapter, you'll see where I'm going and you'll either like it or not, I think, maybe. I can make mine work with it. Couldn't make it work with Arctics. Yeah, probably. I've been in the tech field and into computers since the mid to late 90s. I'm honestly afraid to boot my Windows 11 box. I have no idea if it's going to break or lose access. Yeah, no kidding. I think I made it work at some point, but the bootloader just broke. That's interesting. I really like Lamino. I think it's a little bit better than Grub. So some developers are creating some stuff. Anyway, all right. Well, let's get into it. There's a few things. There's a lot of things that are going to change in my final draft, but I think I think you guys might like this. Right, Friday, August 15th, 2025. Gamer Bunny here. My next guest needs no introduction. He's the lead developer of the indie hit Protocol 9. Please give a warm welcome to Luciano Garcia. How are you, Luciano? Please call me Lucho, you said. Lucho, right. I knew that. Congratulations. By the way, how's life treating you right now? It's pretty good, he said with a faint grin. I'm not working for any evil corporations at the moment, so that's nice. How are you? She laughed. I'm good. Is it true? I heard you've got a girlfriend. Yeah, I do. She's great. Is she the one? She teased. I don't really think in those terms, he said, pausing for a moment. But yeah, I think she gets my crazy. So walk me through the game, she says. I've seen a few Twitch streams. It's a single player shooter, right? The main weapon is a drone? Where did the idea come from? I wanted something like GTA, I wanted something with a GTA feel, Lucha said. You know, tearing through a city, wreaking havoc, but with a drone instead of a car, something that feels really chaotic. I also read that the game is open source. Yeah, I wanted to give some of these insanely talented up-and-coming devs a shot at real experience. And if the game does well, they'll even get paid. That's so cool, she said. Okay, I have to ask, who are your targets in the game? He laughed. You know, all the Karens and power-hungry cops who clearly weren't hugged enough as kids. That's where the idea came from. Who knows, maybe we'll even get Humpty Dumpty. She gasped, grinning. Did you just call our president Humpty Dumpty? You said it, Lucio replied with a hint of mischief in his tone. She burst out laughing. That's brilliant. Maybe I should be careful, he said. I don't want to get canceled by the Humpty Dumpty crowd. Certainly not, she said, smiling. So what's next for you? Well, he said, leaning back, since I don't really have to worry about money anymore, I'd like to work on a few indie projects I've been dreaming about. I'm really not chasing popularity. Oh, like what? I'm building a game engine that runs right in your browser. No installs, no platform headaches. Just click and play. That sounds fascinating, she said. Like something similar to Steam, maybe. Yeah, sort of. I mean, Steam runs an Electron app. I hate Electron, he muttered. This will use the best tech we got right now. It's a better backend, I'm guessing, and it'll look better than Steam too, right? Well, anything looks better than Steam, he said, with a smirk, but honestly, nobody really cares as long as the games don't suck. She laughed. Fair point. So take me to the beginning, the creative process, she said. What was the moment you knew you wanted to create something? He grew thoughtful. About 6 years ago, I was at Home Depot, hiring a day laborer, when an ICE agent rolled up and tried to detain someone without a warrant. It made me so furious. Whoa, so what happened? I pulled out my phone and started recording. I told him I'd drag him through court, maybe even challenge his qualified immunity. He backed off. A few months later, ICE raided my mom's church during a service. The feeling of impotence just ate at me. I was already toying with the idea of a single shooter drone game back then, and something just clicked. It's meant as more of a warning. This technology could legitimately be in the hands of a regular civilian. I don't think anyone is immune from retribution. You shouldn't make idle threats, she said jokingly. It's not, he said, smiling. You're an American citizen, right? But your family's from Mexico. My grandparents on my mom's side, he said. My grandfather immigrated from Michoacan in the 50s. He built a church in early March with his own hands. We've always stayed close to our roots. See how people are treated now by the Humpty Dumpty crowd? It's hard to stomach. He spent his whole life building something here, and these people act like none of that exists. I actually lived in Mexico for a year, she said. Oh yeah? How was it? Mostly great. But there are things that you see that really change you. Facts. Like seeing an old woman eating out of a garbage can or a little kid begging on the street. It makes you grateful, you know? She smiled softly. Yeah, I do. Then turning back to the mic, she said, Give it up for Lucio, everyone. We gotta take a short break. But he'll be around for the next couple hours. Drop a super chat if you got a question, and we'll get to your messages soon. The interview had lasted 2 hours. When it wrapped up, Lucio made the hour-long drive back home, still thinking about Riley Vega, better known online as Gamer Bunny. Before he met Jenny, he and Riley had hung out a few times. She was so much fun. He always wondered why he hadn't fallen for her first. She was brilliant. She shared his sense of humor, and often finished his sentences. When he said something half-formed, she completed it before he got there, which was comfortable in a way that a broken-in chair is comfortable. Exactly the right shape, no resistance, nothing pushing back. Jenny never finished his sentences. She interrupted them. She stopped them mid-thought and asked why he thought what he thought, which was more frustrating and somehow more intimate than completion ever was. She didn't mirror him. She pushed back and held two things at once without needing one of them to win. Looked at him with that thorough, unhurried look that didn't miss anything and didn't pretend to. Nobody else had ever made him feel as clearly seen and as clearly challenged simultaneously. It wasn't totally shallow with Riley either. They talked genuinely. And she got him in ways that mattered, but she'd made her choice not to pursue anything, and he'd never fully understood why. Fear of commitment, maybe? Or the accurate read that two people who finished each other's sentences would eventually have nothing left to say. He pulled into the driveway around 4 in the afternoon, when most people were wrapping up their day. Lucho was usually just getting started. He'd sit at his desk, usually with a mug of reheated coffee and a half-eaten donut nearby, and open his GitHub issue tracker. The list was always longer than he remembered. A digital battlefield of bugs, feature requests, and the occasional cryptic report that read more like poetry than code. He'd skim through each one, mentally sorting them into categories: trivial annoyance, minor disaster, potential all-nighter. Some issues made him smirk, others made him question why he'd ever thought releasing an open-source game was a good idea. Once he had a sense of the landscape, he'd sketch out a plan of attack. The next couple hours were spent knee-deep in code, testing, debugging, refactoring, chasing that fleeting satisfaction that came with closing a ticket. It wasn't glamorous. It was his rhythm. Somewhere between the keyboard clacks and git commits, the chaos of the day would settle onto something that made sense. By the time evening rolled in, Lucho wasn't just fixing bugs. He was rebuilding tiny pieces of order in a world that always felt slightly out of control. "I already fixed you," he muttered in desperation. "Why are you giving me so much grief? Gotta love Mac for this one." So he pulled out a Mac that he had bought a couple of years earlier to see if he could reproduce the error. Supposedly, the collision detection wasn't working properly. The drone was clipping through the walls in certain rooms. After fussing with the game for about an hour, Lucho found that issue only occurred in 2 rooms. "All right, let's see if this is happening in any other platform," he said under his breath. He fired up a Windows machine, no clipping. An Ubuntu box, still fine, okay. So it's just ARM, cool. Lucho knew exactly where to look. It seemed obvious that the dimensions were being redrawn incorrectly. After wrangling with the code for about 30 minutes, he submitted a fix to be pushed. "That was easy enough," he said. "Hopefully all the bugs are that easy today." He stretched out his lanky frame, stood up, and walked downstairs for a cup of coffee and to check his phone. New message from his mom waited for him. "Mijo, remember Nico? He's going to be speaking at church tomorrow night. Thought it would be a nice gesture to support him. Think about it. I love you." "What am I doing on Saturday?" he muttered. "Anything? Anything to get out of going to church? Oh, that's right. I've got, what is it? Bone spurs," he joked. "Let's ask Jenny." "Jen, what are you doing tomorrow?" "My mom's inviting us to church to support an old friend." "Oh, she just wants you to get saved." "Haha, very funny." Maybe if you turned to religion, you wouldn't want to have sex so much. You'd be normal. I'm just crazy for you, darling. I want you to take my clothes off like a sinner. What are you going home? Are you going to be home tomorrow? What are you going to be doing? Speaking in tongues? Something like that. I just want my mom to quit pestering me about church. I figured I'd go if we don't have anything planned. As long as we're sinners after Monday, it's fine. I got a ton of video editing and research to do this weekend. I've got a deadline. Sounds good. I gotta get back to it too. Love you, Makosa. Love you more, Makoso. He smiled and then replied to his mom, telling her he would try to make it. Nico, where are you? Nico was 5 when he and his mom came to the U.S. Lucho's mother, Mari, would babysit him while Nico's mom went to work. Lucho was about 7 years older, but he remembered the kid, always trying to get into his stuff, memory that somehow always made him smile. Okay, let's see what else we've got. Frame rates dropping near fog. Still? Why me today? He muttered, half exhausted, half amused. He managed to reproduce the error easily enough. He knew where it came from. There's one of those bugs that just didn't go away quietly. So, the frame rate drops because alpha transparency has to blend with whatever's behind it. That increases the load, sure, but it shouldn't be stacking like this. What's going on? Lucho said, thinking aloud. There are sprites emulating the fog and sprites around the drone. Are they still overlapping? He leaned back, rubbing his temples. Let's write a few tests to figure out if the sprites are the issue. Before we go any further, I should probably explain a little bit of the geek speak. Sprite is just a flat image that moves around the screen as if they were an object. Hitbox is the invisible area drawn around that object to detect collisions. When there's a GitHub issue tracker, basically it's a list of reported bugs or errors tied to a project. Developers use it to document problems and describe how to reproduce them. Git, the technology behind it, keeps track of every change made to the code. If something breaks, you can roll back to a working version. It's kind of like a safety net known as version control. Tests, meanwhile, are how developers keep code honest. If you can test each part of a program, you can spot what's broken and where. It also helps during refactoring, the process of cleaning up and optimizing code so that the game runs faster and uses fewer resources. What's the total output as the gun moves through the fog? Lucho asked, typing out a new line of code. And according to my calculations, what should it read? He paused, already writing another test. Now let's do the same thing for the fog, he said quietly. Last time he had drawn an area around the hitbox, and the fog wasn't supposed to enter it as the drone moved, but it clearly was. Why? He whispered. Lucho leaned back in his chair, rubbing his eyes before diving back into the code. He began writing a few test cases inside the affected sections, hoping to corner the problem once and for all. After saving his changes, he reloaded the game and watched the console output scroll by like a heartbeat. Gotcha, he whispered, small grin tugging at the corner of his mouth. He leaned forward again. Let's separate the two functions and call them independently with the helper function, he muttered under his breath. His fingers already moving, breaking up the logic made sense. It would help keep things cleaner, easier to read, more reusable. Big problems were always easier to handle when you carved them into smaller ones. The plan was simple. The helper function would calculate the hitbox while another function, responsible for the fog detection, would just interact with it. In theory, the fog should just flow right up to the edge of the hitbox and stop. Let's see what we've got, he said, a note of cautious optimism in his voice. He reran the game. It worked, mostly. Then suddenly, the screen began to flicker white. Oh, I know what this is, he sighed. The total area is still static. It's summing the different calculations, but the space itself isn't fluid. So how do I make the damn thing breathe? Considered simply recalculating the area every frame, but that would only mask a deeper issue. What if he redefined the boundaries themselves and let the system measure the distance dynamically from those boundaries? Then no matter what changed, the fog and hitbox would adapt together. That's it, he exclaimed. Lucho began sketching out new functions to handle the boundary calculations. The workaround turned out to be trickier than expected. It looked promising. Line by line, the logic started to make sense again. When he finally ran tests, they all passed. He sat back with a triumphant smirk. Let's see you mess with me now, he said with a tone half playful, half defiant. It worked, he said in disbelief. Let's get to testing the new secret feature, he said mischievously. The next evening, Lucho stepped through the double doors of his childhood church. His mom had been pestering him for months to visit. His heart really wasn't in it. The place looked different now. New siding outside, fresh paint inside, but beneath the updates, the humble beginnings still showed through. His grandfather had built it with his own hands in 1962. Concrete block walls, the wooden floor, the simple corrugated roof. Nacho Garcia had been gone 3 years now, and the church was still standing, which was exactly what he would have wanted, exactly what made it hard to walk into. He hadn't seen Nico in years, and wasn't even sure he'd recognize him. A half a dozen mothers recognized Lucho the moment he walked in, even though it had been over a decade since his last visit. Lucho, is that you? Nico's voice was deeper now, but the spark was the same. Yeah, Lucho said, breaking into a smile as he gave him a hug. I can't believe you're all grown up. I saw your mom a few months ago. She's so proud of you. So you're speaking tonight? Yeah, man. It's been a wild year and a half, Nico said, shaking his head with a half smile. I bet. My mom told me she thought you were going to be deported, but it looks like it all worked out. Yeah, Nico said, glancing toward the pulpit. Hey, the pastor's calling me. We'll catch up later. For sure. Lucho slipped into one of the pews in the back, hoping to stay unnoticed for the rest of the service. No such luck. His mom spotted him immediately. Over here, mijo, she called out, waving him over. When he was a kid, he could hide behind her in these moments. Now he's a foot taller and had no such luck. Rosa, you remember my prodigal son? His mother said with a grin. The Lord brought him back. Hi, Mana Rosa, Lucho said, reaching out his hand. Ven acá, she said, pulling him into a hug instead. Tu mami está muy orgullosa de ti, mijo. Muchas gracias, he replied, smiling politely. The service itself was exactly as he remembered, earnest, passionate, and unmistakably Pentecostal. Spanish-language services like this were common all over the U.S. and Latin America, similar to evangelical churches, sure, but there was something more sincere about them, less showmanship, more heart. There wasn't any bigotry, politics, or racism. It was usually all about Jesus, even if some members probably had some really strong political beliefs. The worship set mixed old hymns with newer songs by Marcos Witt and Marcela Gandara. Lucho recognized a few, but some were new to him. He sat in the second row beside his mother. His grandfather had always sat in the second row, never the front, which he considered showy, and never the back, which he considered non-committal. Lucho had inherited the habit without exactly meaning to. Nico stepped up to the altar. No longer the kid Lucho remembered, but a man with a quiet confidence. He started with a couple light jokes, easing the crowd in. Then his voice shifted onto something more solemn. I was raised in this church, he began. I don't remember ever saying that 3-sentence prayer to invite Jesus into my heart. I don't remember feeling a connection. But about 18 months ago, ICE agents detained me. And just so you know, it was under the Biden administration. So when you want to blame Trump, it was Biden for me. A few people chuckled nervously. When I was 19, I went to an immigration attorney. I wanted to fix my status. He made a lot of my problems go away, and I repaid him by stiffing him. Why? I don't know. I was young and stupid. So when ICE picked me up, I thought I was covered. He paused. Don't try to hook up with a hooker, as they say in boxing, or in this case, don't stiff your attorney. They can undo everything they ever did for you. A ripple of laughter moved through the room. I was detained for 93 days, he continued. There was another man in there, someone worse off than myself. He'd already been deported once. This time, he was facing 5 years in prison. But he was happy. He had joy even. He taught me how to pray, and I'd heard people pray in this church all my life, but I never got the point until I thought I was about to lose everything. My wife couldn't help me. In fact, nobody could help me. My business was gone. Everything was up in the air. Nico's voice softened. That man's peace changed me. What he taught me in that place is the reason why I'm here as a follower of Jesus today. He paused, glancing briefly at the congregation. The judge was itching to send me back to Mexico. But wouldn't you know it, the attorney I stiffed walked into the courtroom on another case. I humbled myself and I apologized. For the first time in my life, I faced what I'd done. I told him I was sorry. Nico smiled. The attorney asked if I had a lawyer. I didn't. I was just going to have to rely on a public defender. So he took my case. He didn't fleece me, didn't hold it again over my head. God put us together for a reason. Yesterday, I got my green card. I'll be a citizen in a couple of years. And yes, he said with a grin, I was all under the Trump administration. A few laughs and a few amens. My advice, Nico said in a firm, now, if you're struggling with immigration or anything, really, give it to the Lord. He'll work it out the way he sees fit. I've got friends in Mexico right now who were deported and they're okay. Life goes on. Just follow Jesus and no matter where you are. Nico finished his message. The only thing that Lucho could think about was all of the undocumented that were honorable men that he had personally met. There were plenty of scum that the media loves to portray as the average illegal, as they put it. But what about Lucho's grandfather, who never stiffed anyone, who built the very church he was sitting in with his own hands and his own wages and his own faith? Nacho Garcia had arrived in early March 1951 with a name on a folded piece of paper and spent 40 years building something real. Now there were people in the office who would have deported him at any point along the way without a second thought. Obama and Biden weren't always fair when it came to individual cases. but they weren't indiscriminately rounding people up off the streets either. Hey, Ethan. Lucho was happy that it worked out for Nico under the current administration. That didn't change the fact that a lot of people had a drastically different experience. He was thinking about his friend Ernesto, who was recently rounded up at a Home Depot. Hey, Lucho, said the pastor Joey, stepping forward with a grin. My son saw your interview yesterday. He said you were hilarious. We're all so proud of you. We should do coffee sometime. I'd love to catch up. Yeah, for sure, Lucho replied, shaking his hand. Maybe I should stop by more often. Please do. Your grandfather always wanted you involved here. I don't know, Lucho said, hesitating. I'm not really feeling it, honestly. Joy smiled gently. You will. One day. I hope so, Lucho offered politely. Let me give you my number. I don't always answer right away, but I do check my messages a few times a day. Okay, Joey said, handing him his phone. Lucho typed his number and handed it back. Here we go. We'll keep in touch. We will, Joey said, clasping his shoulder warmly. Dios te bendiga, mijo. Lucho nodded and made his way toward the doors. Outside, Nico was chatting with a few people near the steps. I'll catch you later, Nico called out before turning back to Lucho. Hey man, can we talk for a second? Sure, what's up? Not much, Nico said, his tone easy. I just like to catch up sometime, like old times. Well, okay. Not too old since I was a kid the last time you saw me. He laughed. Maybe we should grab a bite or something. Sure, where do you want to go? Lucho asked. We can go to that new Vietnamese place off Astoria Road. I've already eaten there a couple of times, said Lucho. Oh yeah? How was it? It's good, but you might burn your lips off. Is it that spicy? Well, I think they've got mild versions, I think. Ooh. What do you want to do then? I don't mind, Lucho said, considering. I was actually thinking about the breakfast place off at Tolly. Oh, I haven't been there in a while. Yeah, that sounds good. I'll grab my mom and I'll follow you. Sighed. His own mom was still deep in conversation with one of her church friends. Con permiso, Mom? We're going out with Nico and his family, Lucho said, touching her arm lightly. Okay, mijo. I got a motor, she said, laughing at her own borrowed slang. We'll talk later, see? As they made their way to the parking lot, a couple of kids spotted him. Hey, Lucho, can we get your autograph? One of them shouted. He smiled, sure thing. Signed their shirts before heading towards his car, a dark gray Tesla Model 3 he had bought 2 years earlier, mostly for the software updates, which he found more interesting than the car itself, where his mom was waiting. How did you like the service, mijo? She asked once they were inside. It was good, he said. I don't think it'll ever really be my thing, but yeah, it was cool. Where's Jenny? His mom asked casually. She's working this weekend. Big story out of Sonora broke last week. His mom gave him that unknowing look. When are you going to marry that girl? I mean, you're getting the milk for free. I want to, he says quietly. I do, but trailed off, his thoughts darkening. I don't think I'll be much of a husband from a jail cell, he thought. But he didn't say it. What is his mom asked, her voice soft with concern. It's nothing, he said. Really, I was just thinking about us today. And he stopped mid-sentence, staring out the window. And she pressed. I'm just not sure about our future sometimes. We don't always have a lot to talk about. I see, she said quietly. A few minutes later, he pulled into the parking lot. Here we are. Oh, we're going to Rosie's. I love this place, she said with a smile. I want to continue this discussion later. Sure. he said, parking the car. Walking through the door, Nico and Lucho made a small talk while they waited to be seated. Just mom slid into a booth and he sat beside her. Can't believe how much both of you have grown up, she said. I suppose that's what's supposed to happen, Lucho replied with a half smile. Lucho, what's your earliest church memory? Nico asked. I don't know. Probably being 2 or 3 and telling my granddad that he didn't have to shout so much. He did get really excited sometimes, Nico said with a laugh. He passed away just a couple of years ago, right? It's been 3, Mary said softly. I still miss him sometimes. I bet, said Nico. So, Lucho, what did you think of some of the new things we're doing at church? I don't know. It's pretty much the same, I suppose. Lucho shrugged. Are you seeking or searching for something? Nico asked. Not really. I work too much. But I'm my own boss, so I can't complain. But searching for God? No, I can't really say I am. I feel you. I didn't get it for the longest time either. I heard you say that in your sermon today. I'm happy for you, Lucho said. I'm happy for you, Lucho said. For me, it's hard because most of modern Christendom either wants to lock people up or run folks off that look like me. I hear you, Nico said after a pause. I've been seeing a lot of Christian nationalism lately, and that I really disagree with. Project 2025, for example. I struggle with it because, on the one side, there's the Christian worldview, holiness, compassion. But when you see what the Heritage Foundation is doing, I don't think that's very Christian. Honestly, it feels dangerous. Glad to hear you say that, Lucho replied. I often feel helpless about how I could be the change I want to see, he said with a half mocking tone. Feel helpless sometimes too, Nico admitted. Just pray we all start having some hope soon. Those scumbags in office right now need to be held responsible, Lucho said defiantly. But they won't be. They act with a total impunity. I hear you. I believe God's got this. Something's going to turn out in our favor. I don't know how, but it will. I hope you're right, Lucho said, taking a bite out of his omelet. I hear you're a computer programmer, is that right? Yeah, mostly game development. It's a nice gig, I guess. I work from home 6 to 8 hours a day. That's really cool. I bet the money's not bad. It's been better, but I can't complain. Compared to a lot of fields, it's solid. Your mom showed me a picture of your new house. It's really nice. Yeah, somehow I skipped college and still landed a pretty good, lucrative career. I haven't had to worry about money since I was 23. You got a girlfriend? Yeah, her name's Jenny. She's a journalist from Canada who mostly works in Mexico, but lives here in San Jose. Ella es más mexicana que el mole. Good, good. And what do you say, Mom? She a keeper? Nico turned towards Mari. I think so. She's really pretty and smart. She speaks better Spanish than I do, she laughed. What kind of stories does she cover? Nico asked. A lot of narco-related stuff that isn't supposed to get out of the country. When one of her contacts has a juicy lead, she usually has to travel to meet the right people. Sounds dangerous. I'd be lying if I said I didn't worry about her, Lucho admitted. But she takes care of herself. She's tough. She once got run out of town in Chihuahua after confronting some bigwig. Intense, said Nico. Mom, wouldn't you just rather have grandkids? Nico teased. I'm too young for grandkids, eh? Mari shot back. Laura. Laura and I are trying to give my mom some, Nico said. God knows when it'll happen. Hopefully you're not shooting blanks, Mari joked. What's going on, Laura? Oh, we haven't figured it out yet, Laura said. Apparently we're both fine from a fertility standpoint. How long have you two been married? 3 years, still no baby, Laura said with a smile. You've got time. It'll happen when it's meant to. I was married to Lucho's dad for 5 years before I got pregnant. We weren't even trying. In fact, he didn't even want kids. He left soon after Lucho was born. That's so sad. Have there been any other prospects? Laura teased. A few, Mary sighed. Most bolted when they saw I had a teenage son. Now it seems like I only attract losers. If a guy needs a place to live, he suddenly is asking me out. Given up looking honestly. They exchange they continued exchanging pleasantries. They continued exchanging pleasantries for about half an hour before saying their goodbyes. Lucho drove his mom. Will I see you tomorrow? Probably not. I'm heading up the mountains for work. I leave in the morning, and I'll be there until Wednesday. You're going to meet Jenny there, his mom asked. Yeah, she's meeting me up there. We're doing a wine testing excursion. I should be back by Wednesday or Thursday at the latest. I've gotten interviews lined up Friday and Saturday. It's good to see you, mijo. If you ever want to tag along sometime, just tell me. I'll put you up in the nicest hotel. Thank you. I'll take you up on that one of these days. Lord knows I could use a vacation or just a break. Yes, you could, replied Lucho. Lucho drove home thinking about the trip ahead. Having ADHD was both a blessing and a curse. Without a system, he tended to forget things, sometimes important things. He woke up around 1 p.m. on Sunday, packed his things, and set his itinerary for Sonoma County. It would take about 90 minutes, maybe less, since traffic wasn't bad. He picked the Brickler Vineyards. He'd been there a few times before, not cheap, but still within a budget for a short weekend getaway. Jenny wouldn't be there till the next day, but that was fine. He had his laptop, and quiet vineyard air always helped him get work done. That evening, Lucha worked on a new feature scheduled for testing Wednesday in the mountains of Nevada. Officially, he was going to calibrate the drone functionality. Unofficially, it's his excuse for the drive. The next afternoon, Lucho woke around 1 p.m., half expecting Jenny to have arrived. He went out for breakfast and, waiting for his order, a pair of hands covered his eyes from behind. Did you get saved? She whispered playfully. No, I did not, he said with a mock defiance before kissing her. How was it? She asked. It was fine, I guess. Nico and I went out to eat afterwards. How was Sonora? Busy. I got an exclusive with a couple of mayors and a cartel member. That's wild. Did you meet Sancho there? Of course. He's hung like a horse. Sure he is. Well, she said, grinning. We've got to get moving. The wine tasting starts at 3, and you better get busy with me. You better get busy with me, then, she teased, motioning downward. I'm all yours to do as you wish. They went back to the room and fell into each other. I want that body tonight, every night, Lucho murmured, pulling her close. You think you can handle this bod born for sin? She teased. I think so. What are you doing tomorrow? I'm here with you. Why? Remember that drone you helped me get? I'm taking it out for a test run. I've been having some issues with the game that I need to fix. Thought we could grab breakfast in Carson City and then drive out to Humboldt County. There's a spot out in the middle of nowhere, maybe have a picnic or find a restaurant nearby. The wine tasting was like every other one that they'd been to. Fancy cheeses, smoked meats, artisan crackers, all paired with their choicest wines and chardonnays. The usual crowd of wine-swirling snobs filled the room. Lucio and Jenny, as usual, were outsiders. They enjoyed wine, but they weren't about to start swishing it around like it was holy water, and they certainly weren't about to start spitting it out afterwards. The next day they checked out about noon. And about 2 they arrived at a small breakfast place in the main drag of Carson City. It was a nice little drive. They'd served breakfast all day and night. The coffee tasted burnt. The water wasn't great either, since it was basically just tap water with a charcoal filter. So this is once you get this is going to in about the next 2 minutes you're going to realize what this whole thing is about. There's a lot of editing that still needs to be done. I'll leave it as a surprise. All right, they arrived in a small breakfast place in the main drag of Carson City. It was a nice little drive that served breakfast all day and night. The coffee tasted burnt. The water wasn't that great either, since it was basically just tap water with a charcoal filter. Jenny had pancakes and Lucio had hash browns and eggs, over easy with sausage and toast. You know, when we retire, we should buy a place like this, Lucio said. Like a Airbnb or something? Jenny clarified. I could see that happening. Like a B&B, sorry, Airbnb. Like a B&B or something, Jenny clarified. I could see that happening. You get to meet all kinds of interesting people who just need a place to stay for a night or two. You could meet Sancho, Lucio replied playfully. What? You want me to be with someone else? Jenny retorted. What kind of warped fantasies do you have? I certainly don't want you with another dude, Lucio replied, in a half-threatening fashion. In fact, I forbid it. You're one of those crazy psycho stalkers now, Jenny teased. I just might be. So, what are we doing in the wilderness today? Jenny asked. I'm hoping to hunt you down, of course. What will you do after you hunt me down? Jenny asked excitedly. I'm sure I'll think of something. I'm sure I'll think of a few things. Like smash, she said wistfully. Isn't that how you guys call it? I don't usually call it that, but yeah. Well, what do you call it? She asked in a mocking tone. Making love? Or solo me estás cogiendo? Sure. I'm just using you for your body made for sin, Lucio joked. I see, she said. They'd driven north out of Gerlach on a dirt road that the van's suspension had strong opinions about. Behind them, the tiny cluster of buildings that passed for a town had disappeared onto the heat shimmer within minutes. Ahead, nothing. Just black rock playa stretching out in every direction. Flat for over 400 square miles between This is definitely about Linux, but this is something I'm working on. You'll see. It's actually about development more than Linux, but yes. What's going on with your Linux? I'm not sure. Oh, just Blackrock Playa stretching out in every direction. Flat for over 400 square miles between Barren, Calico, Jackson mountain ranges. White alkali, crust baking under the sun that felt personal. To the northeast, the Black Rock Range rose dark and volcanic against the bleached sky. The namesake formation, a conical outcrop of the Permian limestone and volcanic rock, was visible even from this distance, ancient and indifferent, same landmark that guided Paiute hunters and half-dead gold rush immigrants, and now apparently one very prepared game developer from San Jose. Lucho parked the van broadside to cut the wind and slide the door open. Inside, he had it rigged the way he liked. Folding table, laptop, power inverter humming off a second battery. He installed himself 3 weeks ago in his garage. The smallest cooler sat in the corner, 2 Modelos and a Topo Chico for Jenny that she hadn't touched. She was on the hood, oversized sunglasses on, hair pulled back, peeling an orange with the patience of someone choosing not to say something. He set up the 3 cardboard squares on the wooden stakes about 200 meters out. Thick black lines divided one into quadrants. He told her they were collaboration targets for camera. Lines divided each one into quadrants. Of Wow, He'd set up the cardboard squares on the wooden stakes about 200 meters out. Thin black lines divided each other into quadrants. He told her they were calibration targets for camera stabilization testing. She hadn't asked why camera stabilization required ammunition. The drone went up, clean, mate black casing, rotors whirring against the dead air. Lucho stood at the van's open door, phone in hand, custom controller interface he had spent 2 weeks building, filling the screen. Throttle on the left thumb, gimbal on the trigger on the right. Simple, intuitive, at least in theory. He walked the drone out a distance. He walked the drone out a distance and lined up the first shot. Missed, wide left, about 4 feet. He said quietly. Adjusted the gimbal calibration in the setting. Compensated right. Fired again. Closer, but still off. High this time, maybe 2 feet above the target's center. Jenny watched from the hood. How's it going? Fine, he said. Missed twice. I'm calibrating. She said, bit into her orange. He pulled the controller's sensitivity setting and dialed back the trigger response time by 15 milliseconds. The crosswind was silent but consistent, coming from the northwest off of the Calico Mountains. He'd need to build the manual compensation. He tilted the gimbal a fraction left, held the drone steady against the thermal coming off of the playa floor, and squeezed. The third shot caught the target dead center. The cardboard square exploded in a small white puff, and the stake stood bare at the alkali dust. There it is, he murmured. He walked the drone methodically to the second target and applied the same compensation and fired thinner mass. Then the third, same result. 3 bare stakes standing out in the white desert like small surrenders. He brought the drone back and set it on a foam pad, rotor spinning down. His fingers were steady. He saved the calibration profile under a file name that looked like a routing config update, the kind of thing that no one would ever think to open. Jenny slid off the hood and walked over, arms crossed, looking out at the stakes. 3 for 3 on the last attempt, she said. Yeah. She was quiet for a moment. Then almost casually, the way she asked sources questions she already knew the answers to. I'm beginning to wonder what you have planned. He looked at her. Sun was directly overhead, and the playa threw the heat back up from below, so it hit you from both directions at once. There was no shadow anywhere, nowhere to be anything other than exactly what you were. I told you, he said, calibration for the game. She studied him the way she studied people not hostile, just thorough. Then she nodded slowly, unfolded her arms, and went to get her Topo Chico. The water's warm, she said, opening the cooler. I know. I'll get a better cooler. And a bigger one, too. And more oranges. He watched her lean against the van and look out the black rock formation on the horizon, dark and conical against all that white 15,000 years of geological patience just sitting there. Bruno's was exactly the kind of place that had no right to exist this far from anything. A motel, a bar, a cafe, all of it under one roof on a main drag of a town that was more of a suggestion than a municipality. The woman at the front desk handed them their key without looking up from her crossword. Room 7 into the hall. The room was clean in a way that rooms are clean when someone has been keeping them clean for 30 years out of sheer stubbornness. 2 queen beds. A painting of a mountain body had ever named. A bathroom with decent water pressure and a rust stain in a tub that predated both of them. The air conditioning unit in the window worked, but it had opinions about it. Jenny dropped her bag on the edge of the bed, pulling off her boots. I need food, she said. Bar's still open. Does it have food? It has something they're calling food. She looked at him. You're hilarious. They ate at the bar. Jenny had a burger and turned out that genuinely good. Sorry. They ate at the bar. Jenny had a burger that turned out to be genuinely good and a Pacifico she didn't finish. Lucha ordered the patty melt, thick cut sourdough, caramelized onions, Swiss cheese, and it arrived on a heavy ceramic plate with a side of steak fries and a small paper cup of coleslaw nobody asked for. He had 2 tequilas he did finish. The bartender, mid-50s, forearms like a man who had spent decades not taking nonsense, refilled his water glass without being asked and went back to watching a baseball game on a television mounted in the corner at an angle that required everyone to tilt their heads slightly left. There were 4 other people in the bar, a couple in matching fleece who were probably there for the dark sky viewing. An old man at the end nursing something amber, and nobody talked to anybody. It was that kind of place. You were really focused out there today, Jenny said, pulling a fry through the ketchup. I had to get the calibration right. You got it right, she said. Eventually. She nodded, looking at her plate. How long have you been working on this part of the project? He took a beat that was maybe 1 beat too long. A while. She didn't follow up. She didn't finish her burger, and she pushed the plate away and looked at the baseball game without really watching it. The old man at the end of the bar ordered another amber something. The couple in fleece argued quietly about whether they'd seen Orion or Scorpius. I'm tired, Jenny said finally. Go ahead. I've got some work to do. She looked at him, not the journalist look, not the interrogation look, just the Jenny look. One said, I see you and I'm choosing not to say what I see, and I need you to know that I'm choosing it. Don't stay up too late, she said. I won't. She slid off the bar stool and kissed him on the back of the head and walked back toward the room. Lucho watched her go and turned back into his tequila and finished it and set the glass down carefully. One more, bartender word? One more, the bartender asked. No, Lucho said. I've got work. Back in the room, Jenny was already in bed, facing the wall. Her breathing was slow and deliberate, the kind that meant she wasn't quite asleep, but was committing to the attempt. Lucha sat in the small desk in the corner, opened his laptop, and pulled up the repository. The work itself was not dramatic. That was the thing that coding that nobody who didn't do it understood. The most consequential things happened in the quietest possible way. A few functions, a schema change, an abstraction layer that looked to anyone reading like code, like routing database optimization. He was building a bridge between the two worlds that were never supposed to touch. On one side, Protocol 9, its servers, its player data, its drone mechanics running as a standalone client on machines across the country. Players downloaded it, installed it, launched it the same way they launched any other game. Nothing about that experience was going to change. The game would still look like the game. Controls would still feel like the controls. On the other side, the real drone, sitting in its foam padded case in the back of the van outside, its firmware already modified, already listening for exactly the right signal. The bridge needed to be invisible, not just hidden, invisible. The kind of thing that a senior developer could read 3 times and not see because it didn't look like a thing. It looked like housekeeping. He started with the abstraction layer. The database handler already existed. It routed player inputs to the game simulation engine. What he needed was a secondary routing table that could be toggled remotely, invisibly, that would redirect those same inputs to a different endpoint entirely. When the toggle was off, the player controller told the drone simulation where to go. When it was on, those same endpoints would travel to a different path entirely, out of the game, past the simulation, straight to the real drone sitting in the back of whatever vehicle he happened to be parked in. The toggle itself needed to live somewhere nobody would think to look. Not in the game logic, not in the network layer, somewhere boring, somewhere that made a reviewer's eyes slide right past it. He put it in the localization module. Nobody had ever looked at the localization module. By midnight, he had the routing table scaffolded and the toggle mechanism roughed in. It wasn't functional yet. He had maybe 10% of the actual work done, maybe even less. 10x developer working clean could probably close this in a week, maybe 2. Lucho was good, but he also being careful in a way that good alone didn't require. Every variable name was innocuous. Every comment was mundane. And every function did exactly what its name said it did, and also quietly one another thing. He leaned back and rubbed his eyes. From the bed, Jenny's breathing had settled into something genuine. One arm thrown over her side of the mattress, fingers slightly open the way she slept when she stopped thinking about things. He looked at her for a moment. Then he looked at the screen. Then he saved his work. closed the laptop and sat in the dark while listening to the air conditioner argue with itself, thinking about wind forecasts and routing tables and 3 bear steaks standing out in the white desert. He didn't stay up too late. And there we are. That's chapter 1. Okay, so what does it have to do with Linux? Well, it has more to do with development. It's a story about a developer. It has some Linux things in it, I suppose. What's wrong with my Linux? I have no idea. Why do they need systemd? Could it be age verification? Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, for sure. Anyway, what does everybody think? Did everyone get what's going on in the end? I don't know how many people are still here, but okay. So, oh, it's right here. Oh, we got Debian something or another. All age will be redirected at age verification containment. All right. Let's see here. That was a longer chapter than I remembered. Yeah, that's there's a lot of editing that still needs to be done for sure. Yeah. So the whole thing is like basically this guy creates a game, but he also has like this toggle switch where um the person playing the game, they think they're playing a game, but what's actually happening is he's actually controlling a real drone, and he's looking for the enemy that, you know, he's looking for the enemy that the person had indicated. It's pretty crazy. uh, and so, like, this person thinks he's playing a game, he's actually shooting at a real target. And the way he does is that basically he has one database and he just switches databases. And he switches to the database that toggles, that basically talks to the drone. That's basically what it is. And so, like, Lucho doesn't do really anything. Yeah. But I think it's a nice story because, and there's a lot of issues that this tackles. And actually, I got like the first 12 chapters written. So, um, as far as the first draft, this is my absolute first draft. So it's not bad for a first draft. I don't think. I don't think it's good for like, like anything final, obviously. But yeah, but um, yeah, there's a lot of things that I already know that are going to change. Yeah. From Fedora to Void and FreeBSD onto PCs. Okay. I like FreeBSD. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, this is like a really insane story, but I think that it's one that will I don't know. I'm gonna market it. I'm gonna try and get it in front of as many people as possible. See what happens because I think the concept's original. The writing isn't terrible, but it isn't exactly great yet. I don't know if it will be or not. We'll see. All right. Yeah. But anyway, Void is a good distro sometimes. Yeah. And yeah, that's a long chapter where I'm going to have to, I'm definitely going to have to, um, edit this quite a bit. Anyway, that's something I've been working on quite a bit. Oh, wow. Okay, I got a few people still. Good deal. So, yeah, I've been working on this for a while. So, mhm. um, so anyway, good deal. Oh, sorry. So anyway, yeah, yeah. The only person I've really told about this was my dad, and he was like, "Wow, you have kind of an interesting, like a very creative story to, you know." Yeah. Anyway, Ismael, how are you? Howdy. Yeah. But anyway, so Babu says quit. All right. Maybe we can work on this a little bit. All right. Ah. So, anyone? Just kind of, I think Flexer needs a Android app. Yeah, I think so too. Does it not have an Android app? I thought it did. I heard it did. Let's see. Let's see if it does. I'm not sure if it does or not. Hmm. I guess not. I guess I wasn't aware of that either. But I do like, so far I like using this. As long as they don't do any more invasive like shenanigans, I'm probably going to keep my Discord server open, but it's nice to have a different, you know. But anyway, Babusa, he quit on my, yeah. And let's see here. Um, I had to alter it, but I don't remember. I think it's just in my .files BSD file. I had to alter it quite a bit. Yeah. Anyway, so good deal. I got this going. All right. So now, all right. All right. So I was kind of thinking, um, okay, I'll keep the messages over here. Right now. Okay. Ooh. All right. We are going to have to do. All right. All right. Let's do that about right there. So I wanted to. Okay. So, let's see here. Oh, wow. Ooh, I didn't realize that. So I won't need references. Okay, that sounds about right. All right. Mm, uh, all right. Oh, okay. All right. Let's see here. Okay. Okay. I got a wonderful wife, y'all. All right. Um, let's see if this now works. All right. Good deal. Uh-huh. And I wanted to see something. Hmm. Okay, leader TP. Neither. It's Spectre WM. So let's go to. I'm just debugging everything. Oh, I don't have Tiny Mist installed. That's why. All right, no problem. So this is actually a really, really easy fix, actually. Mm-hmm. All right. So sudo xbps install tiny. There we go. It's X11, of course. I'm not against using Wayland, but I don't use Wayland. As a Spectre WM is just it's basically like DWM, just I like it a little bit better. Yeah, I have I have it in my GitHub or my GitLab. I think it's just Spectre WM. And then you just have to have like the right fonts and stuff, but yeah. I'll okay. I'll oh, okay, so let's see here. Let's open up a new Hmm. All right. No problem. Just not sure where I would. Okay, how about that? Just do. I think if I just do this, right? Okay. Oh, right. Oh, let's bring that in here. This may or may not work. I don't know. Okay. Wow, that's nice. All right. Okay. All right. Oh, I see. All right. Oh, all right. Mm. So we're getting really close. There's a new error. Okay. Let's see what this says. Oh, I see. Yeah. Yeah, I don't disagree with you, X Ninja. All right, Eric, thank you for stopping by. Yeah. Yeah, no lap sets for us. Yeah. Thank you so much, Eric. I really appreciate it. Yeah. What am I using now? I forget what. Thank you so much. All right. All right. Actually, yeah, I'll just do it that way. But let's do, yeah, I think that's a good idea. Firefox is good to me. I think that's right, right? Yeah. Do I have Firefox installed? I think I do, right? Yeah, I do. All right, let's see what we have. Uh, I okay, so I gotta. Wow. So that didn't. There we go. And so now I can. So like for example. Okay. So I don't know what that is all about. Hmm. Hey there, SV. So let's see, what do we got going on here? Well, a little bit. I've been here for like 3 hours, so yeah, kind of. I would say kind of late. Yeah. So I'm looking. See here. Let's see, does this well, it shows it, so actually pretty good. All right. So is it just no. Oh, I gotta do that. There's one other feature all right, so it is. So the I'd much rather August 15th. And I think actually more realistic, it's going to be 2018. Let's see here. I want to. That's nice, but thank you so much, X Ninja. And so now that's actually kind of working. Um, Probably let's do 12. All right. I don't mind this. This is actually really good. So what am I doing? Okay, SV, it's a good question. So I am setting up types to work with because I'm working on a novel. And so I basically don't want to use LaTeX. I would much rather use types. And so that's what I'm setting up. I'm just testing it. I'm setting my type, or I'm set. I'm testing out my types configuration for Neovim, basically. So here's my live preview. Here's my here's like the first draft of it. So I'm not even really copying it. I'm just taking a look at it because that's what I'm going to do. Okay, so now yeah. Anyway, yeah, I'm just taking a look at it. Really good though. I really like what I'm seeing. The only thing is that okay. So let's go over here. Very good. All right, this is nice actually. Mm-hmm. I think this will be okay. Oh, okay. Oh, this is nice. Very readable. I don't need okay. Okay. Hmm. All right. Oh, good deal. There we go. That's what I want right there. Maybe that looks good. All right, I kind of like that. That's much more like what I was thinking. All right, there we go. So this is kind of set up. Pretty nice. So now I could just do like, all right. I'll have to go through my configuration, but this is looking good. And then you would just have it just, wow, I like that right there. Um, Probably do like 18 right here. Oof. There we go. Much better. Okay. I kind of like that right there. And there we are. So we have this configured. Actually, let's see here. So anyway, let's see how. All right, so let me go here. Let me do this real quick. Okay, so we need to have like some sort of margin in there. Uh, there we go. Oh, oof. Hmm. I'm messing around here, so please don't mind me. Trying to figure out how this would work. Oh, right. I know exactly how to do. So you could actually just do it this way. So you could be like, and you just do that, and then I figured it out. And then or you could just do here. Oh, I see. Hold on here. I thought that would work. Hmm. Hmm. I thought something like that would work because this chapter here. Oh, you know what? Why am I doing that? You should be able to just push that right here. Oh, come on now. There we go. Artist inputs. Okay. Trying to figure that part out, but I'm just curious to see how this is going to work. A little bit buffer between chapter title. Okay. Oh, I see. So it's the exact opposite. Yeah. Okay. Watch, I figured this out. So if I hit this and hit like that. Mm, let's see. I know. Imagine if I just did that. Mm, Alright, that's what I'm thinking. I was pretty close to that. There we go. That's good. And then all right, there we go. I think that'll work. That's what I was after, actually. There we go. Yeah, I like that actually. That so now if I come over here like this, that's good. Like that a lot. All right. I think I can take that. I like that well enough. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Am I doing this right or what? I think this is pretty cool. I'm gonna probably have some sort of live review, but this is just fine for me. I can make that work really nicely, and it comes out on paper really nice. So anyway, this is gonna be a lot of fun. Um, I'm gonna leave it here for a while, but anyway. Here is my project, my types project. So there's that. And what does everybody think of it? I think it's pretty cool. Oh, I got I got a few viewers today. All right. So anyway, I hope everyone's doing all right. I'm going to go ahead and in this stream, I've been at this for 4 hours. That means I need to get a nap before I go to work tonight. So anyway, um, that's pretty freaking cool. I can take that. I'm excited, folks. Anyway, I got types working and that's good. So anyway, hopefully everyone is doing all right this week. I thought this was a really, really good stream. Overall, I had a lot of fun. Hope everybody enjoyed it as well. I have a couple videos coming out this week, so be on the lookout for that as well. And I'll just see y'all a little bit later, all right? Take care. Peace, nerds.